Come now. Come and be still. There is nothing left to do tonight, nothing left to carry, nothing left to tend to, or worry over, or hold together with the effort of your will. The night has arrived, soft and complete, and it is asking only one thing of you, which is this: to let go, to rest, to breathe. So breathe now, slowly, a long breath in through your nose, feeling the air cool and gentle as it comes, and then out, slowly, like wind leaving the branches of a very old tree on a very still evening, taking with it everything you no longer need to hold, and again, in and out, and with each breath out, feel the weight of the day releasing. Feel your body growing heavier and softer and more perfectly still. Feel the thoughts that have been spinning in you beginning to slow, to drift, to settle like the last leaves of autumn coming to rest on still water. That's it. That's exactly right. Let your eyes fall closed now, or let them grow so wonderfully heavy that keeping them open feels like more effort than it is worth. And let the room around you begin to blur and soften at its edges, and let something else come to take its place, something older, something quieter, something that smells faintly of tallow candles and rain-washed stone, and the particular clean sweetness of dried herbs hanging in a cool stone room. You are somewhere else tonight. You are in a monastery. Not just any monastery, but one that has been standing on this gentle hillside for so long that the stone of its walls has grown a soft coat of lichen, gray-green and velvety to the touch. And the roots of the great oak at the corner of the outer wall have lifted the flagstones around them very gently over centuries, the way patient things always eventually make their mark on the world without violence, simply by persisting. It is evening here, late evening, the kind that in this place is not frightening or uncertain, but deeply, deeply settled. The Vespers bell rang an hour ago, and the monks have sung their evening prayers, and now the monastery is finding its way toward the great quiet of the night, each soul moving toward rest as naturally as water moving toward the sea. The sky outside the narrow windows is the color of dark pewter and deep indigo, and a soft rain has begun to fall. Not a storm, nothing so forceful as that. Just rain, the honest, gentle, patient kind that asks nothing of anyone and simply falls and falls and falls, making its soft percussion on the stone roof of the church and the slate of the cloisters and the broad leaves of the herbs in the garden and the ancient oak outside the gate. And you are inside and warm and safe and still. Come and find your cell, your small, simple, perfect room at the end of the long stone corridor on the upper floor of the monks' dormitory. The door is low, and the room beyond it is not large, but it is exactly large enough for what is needed. And what is needed tonight is very simple. A bed, a blanket, a small window through which the rain can be heard, and the last faint light of the evening sky can be seen, and peace, deep, old, unhurried peace of the kind that only stone walls several feet thick have the ability to hold. Step inside. Let your eyes adjust to the warm amber light of the single tallow candle burning on the small shelf above the wooden prie-dieu in the corner. The flame is very still. Barely any draft in here. The walls too thick to let the wind through, and it holds its small, steady, golden light without effort, the way all truly calm things hold their quality, without striving, without needing to be noticed. The floor beneath your feet is flagstone, cool and smooth, worn hollow in the center by the passage of many feet across many years, and the walls around you are the same pale stone as everything else in this place. But in the candlelight, they have a warmth to them, a faint amber glow that makes the cell feel less like a room carved from rock and more like the inside of something that is quietly, solidly alive. The bed is narrow. Of course it is narrow, This is a monk's cell, and monks have no great need of a wide bed, but it is perfectly, beautifully made for sleeping. The mattress is filled with clean straw, and straw, when it is fresh and dry, has a smell that is one of the most ancient and most comforting smells in the human world. Warm and dusty and golden smelling, the smell of fields in summer, the smell of harvest, the smell of the earth at its most generous, and over the mattress a thick wool blanket, heavy and soft with many washings, the color of undyed cream, smelling faintly of the lavender that the brother who tends the laundry hangs in the drying room to keep the moths away. Lie down now. Feel the straw beneath you shift and settle to your shape. Feel the wool blanket drawn up and over you, its weight pleasant and real and deeply reassuring, the way the weight of something warm and substantial always is. Feel the pillow stuffed with goose down, the one small luxury that the Abbey allows its brothers. Yield gently beneath your head and feel your whole body, all the length of it, simply arrive. Not going anywhere, not preparing for anything, simply arrived, at rest, at the end of the day, in this small and perfect room. The candle will burn itself out in its own good time, and in the darkness after it, the rain will still be there, and the stone will still be there, and the monastery will still be all around you, breathing its own slow, deep, centuries-long breath, and you will be safe within it, as safe as the manuscripts in the Scriptorium, and the seeds in the garden, and the bell in its tower. Everything in its place, everything held in the great, unhurried order of this life. Let me tell you about this monastery. Let me walk you through it in your mind, while your body grows heavier and still, so that you can know the place that is holding you tonight. The church is at the heart of everything, as it always is in a place like this. A long, vaulted nave of pale stone, its ceiling so high that in the darkness above the candles it is hard to tell where the stone ends and the shadow begins. The great east window is dark now, but in the mornings, the light that comes through its colored glass casts patterns of ruby and sapphire and deep amber across the stone floor that shift and change as the sun moves. A different light for every hour, never exactly the same twice, the day writing itself in color on the ground. The choir stalls run along both sides of the nave, their carved wooden seats worn smooth by generations of monks who have sat in them for the divine office 7 times each day and once in the night, filling the space with the ancient Plainsong that rises to the vaulted ceiling and seems to be absorbed there, so that the stone itself has become, over the centuries, saturated with prayer, has become a kind of enormous record of all the devotion that has been poured into it, holding it quietly, giving it back as a particular quality of silence that is not empty but full. At the east end, the high altar, always lit with at least 2 candles, whose flames are never entirely still, always breathing very slightly in some imperceptible movement of the air. The light falling on the gold of the candlesticks and the white linen of the altar cloth and the carved stone of the reredos behind it. The smell in the church is its own particular thing, compounded of beeswax and incense that has been burned here every day for 200 years, and the cold breath of old stone and the faint sweetness of the flowers that the sacrist places in the glass vessel on the altar every morning, whatever the season provides. Snowdrops in February, primroses in April, the long-stemmed roses of high summer, the russet chrysanthemums of autumn. The cloisters lie to the south of the church, a covered walkway forming a square around the cloister Garth, the small enclosed garden at the center. The walkway is open on its inner side to the garden, the stone columns standing in their quiet rows. And tonight, the rain falls straight down through that opening onto the garden below, and runs in thin silver lines off the edges of the stone roof above. The sound of it in the cloisters is a particularly beautiful sound. The rain on the garden is soft and continuous, but the drops that fall from the roof edge hit the stone path below in a slightly more emphatic way. A gentle percussion in two registers, the quiet one and the slightly less quiet one. A kind of music that requires no musician and performs for no audience, and simply is, because rain and stone and the laws of the world have arranged themselves this way. The cloister Garth itself is a square of grass and low beds in which the monastery grows herbs for the infirmary and the kitchen both. Rosemary and thyme and sage and rue, lavender in long gray-green rows along the south-facing wall, a great clump of lemon balm in the corner that the bees love in summer, comfrey, whose large, rough leaves are used in poultices, feverfew and wormwood and sweet Sicily, and a dozen others whose names the brother herbalist knows the way most people know the names of their family, intimately, affectionately, with a precise awareness of what each one needs and what each one gives. In the center of the cloister, Garth stands a stone wellhead, its wooden cover darkened with rain and the passage of years, and around its base in summer there grows a volunteer plant of something, borage perhaps, or sweet William, that nobody planted and nobody has the heart to remove, because it is so clearly thriving, so clearly pleased to be exactly where it is. And it seems wrong to trouble a thing that has found its own right place so confidently. Off the eastern walk of the cloister is the chapter house, where the monks gather each morning to hear a chapter read from the rule, and to discuss the business of the day, and to speak honestly with one another in the particular atmosphere of accountability and gentleness that the monastic life requires. Its ceiling is vaulted like the church, lower and more intimate, the ribs of the vaulting springing from 4 slender columns in the center of the room. And the light comes in from the east through 3 long, narrow windows that in summer fill the room with a clear morning brightness, and in winter hold the gray softness of an overcast sky, either one entirely sufficient for the work that happens in this room, which is the work of human beings learning to live together honestly and with care. Off the northern walk is the passage to the refectory, the long dining hall with its trestle tables and its reading pulpit from which a brother reads aloud during every meal, so that the nourishment of the mind and the spirit accompanies the nourishment of the body. And no meal here is ever merely a meal, but is also a time of learning, of listening, of receiving something. The refectory is washed every morning with plain water and dried. The trestle tables scrubbed with sand until the wood is pale and clean. The benches ranged with their flat surfaces exactly level. The cruets of vinegar and oil set at equal intervals along the tables. The salt cellars filled, the bread placed in its baskets at either end of each table. Everything done with the same care and precision that the sacrist brings to the preparation of the altar. Because in this life, the distinction between the sacred and the ordinary is not one of kind, but only of emphasis. And what you eat at noon and what you receive at the altar are understood to be, in some final reckoning, part of the same nourishment. The kitchen that serves the refectory is at the north end of the building, a large room always warm from its great open fire, where the cauldrons hang from their iron swiveling cranes, the pottage simmering for the midday meal, the bread baking in the clay ovens that have been heating since before dawn, the smell of it moving through the whole northern range of the monastery from mid-morning onward, reaching the scribes in the Scriptorium and the monks at their prayers in the church, and the brothers working in the garden, the most honest and appetizing smell in the world, the smell of bread made from grain grown in known fields, ground in the monastery mill, mixed and proved and shaped by known hands. And beyond the kitchen, the garden of the kitchen itself, separate from the cloister garden, a more practical and less contemplative place. The long rows of leeks and onions and kale, the raised beds of roots, the cold frames where the hardier seedlings are brought on before they are strong enough to go out into the open beds, the compost heaps at the far end turning the kitchen waste and the garden waste and the cleanings from the stable back into the dark, sweet-smelling, endlessly useful stuff that feeds the beds each spring. And then the Scriptorium. And then the Scriptorium. The Scriptorium is off the eastern range, above the chapter house, positioned there deliberately so that it catches the best of the morning light from its south-facing windows. Because the light matters enormously in the Scriptorium, where eyes do work so fine and so demanding that they must be treated with great care and given every advantage. But tonight, the Scriptorium is lit differently. The daylight long gone, the room warm with the light of many tallow candles and the glow of the great hearth fire that burns in the large stone fireplace at its southern end. Come into the Scriptorium now, in your mind's wandering. Come and sit for a moment in its warmth before you sleep. The Scriptorium is a long room with a low beamed ceiling and whitewashed wall and a floor of worn oak boards that creak softly underfoot in the cold months when the wood contracts. The writing desks are arranged in 2 rows along the window wall and the inner wall, each one a heavy, slanted surface of dark wood with a small ledge at the bottom to stop the manuscript sliding, and a hole to the right where the inkhorn sits. The desks are empty now, the monks long departed to their cells or their prayers, but the room still holds the warmth and the quality of the hours of work that have been done in it today, and for weeks and months and years before today. The hearth fire at the south end of the room is the heart of the Scriptorium in winter, the thing around which the whole quality of the room organizes itself. Tonight, it is burning with a deep, steady, unhurried heat. The big logs brought in from the wood store yesterday evening, already reduced to a glowing bed of coals with small flames finding their way between them, orange and amber, and the faint blue at the heart of things that is hotter than it looks. The sound of it is wonderful, a soft, irregular, deeply peaceful crackling and settling, the occasional pop as a pocket of sap reaches its limit in one of the half-burned logs, the whispering sound of the draw of air up the chimney carrying the warmth away into the night sky above. The light of the fire reaches across the room in long, warm waves, touching the carved arms of the writing desks and the spines of the books chained to the reading stands, and the parchment of the unfinished manuscript left on the prior's desk, and making all of it move slightly, shimmer very gently, as firelight always does, making the room feel not fixed and static, but breathing, alive, part of something that is always in slow motion, always very gently changing. On the ledge above the fireplace, a row of small objects arranged with the unself-conscious care that people give to things they see every day and have placed just so, without thinking about it too much. A small wooden carving of the Virgin, painted long ago in colors now softened with age to something more beautiful than they were when new. A dried bunch of lavender tied with a piece of string, contributing its ghost of a scent to the warm air. A smooth river stone that someone brought in from the ford a long time ago and never took away again. A stub of candle in a pottery holder, not currently lit. Sit for a moment by this fire. Feel the warmth of it on your face and your hands. Feel the whole room settle around you, warm and dark and smelling of wood smoke and parchment, and the faint mineral smell of the stone walls, and the ghost of the incense that drifts in from the church next door through the connecting passage. Feel the silence of it, which is not an empty silence, but a full one. A silence that has been built up over many years of people sitting in this room, paying attention to things that required attention, and speaking only when speech was necessary. This is the silence of accumulated care, the silence of a room where, for generations, human beings have come to do their best work, quietly, without fanfare, in the service of something they believed was worth doing well. The work of the Scriptorium is the work of illuminated manuscripts, of the copying and the preserving and the beautifying of the texts that hold the knowledge and the faith of this community and of the wider world beyond its walls. Think of what it means to make an illuminated manuscript. The word illuminated comes from the Latin for light, and that is exactly what these books are. Books made luminous, made to glow. Books into which light has been deliberately worked as part of their very substance. The parchment itself, made from the scraped and stretched skin of a calf or a sheep, has a surface that is neither quite matte nor quite glossy, but something in between, slightly warm to the touch, slightly translucent when held up to the light, receptive to ink and pigment in a way that paper is not, holding the color differently, more deeply, more permanently. The monk who rules the lines for the text must do so with perfect regularity and perfect patience, using a hard point to score the parchment very lightly, the lines barely visible, just enough to keep the writing straight across the page without the guidance of actual marks. And then the scribe takes his pen, cut from the wing feather of a goose with a knife, kept very sharp for exactly this purpose, and dips it in the ink. Ground oak gall mixed with iron sulfate and gum arabic. The ink that has been used in places like this for hundreds of years, that darkens over time rather than fading, that the centuries themselves seem to confirm rather than erase, and begins to write. The hand that makes the text is called a hand, which is exactly right, because it is as individual as the person who makes it, while also being trained to conform to the standards of the house, so that the books produced here can be recognized as coming from this source, carrying its particular quality of attention and care in every letter form. The letters are not merely letters, but beautiful things in themselves, each one given its full weight and its proper proportion, each stroke made with intention, the ascenders of the tall letters reaching up with a kind of calm aspiration, and the descenders falling below the line with a kind of graceful acceptance, and between them the round bodies of the vowels, full and settled and at ease with themselves. And then the illumination. This is the work of the illuminator, sometimes a different monk from the scribe, sometimes the same one, who takes over when the text is complete and works the margins and the initial letters into something that stops the breath with its detail and its beauty. The initial letter of a new book or a new chapter might be as large as a man's hand and as complex as a garden, wound about with spirals of knotwork that have no beginning and no end, and that, if you follow them with your eye, will take you very gently somewhere deep and quiet inside yourself, inhabited by small creatures, birds and rabbits, and the occasional little green man peering out from between the leaves, his face as alert and curious as any living face, despite having been painted by a brush made of a single squirrel hair 800 years ago. The colors that the illuminator uses are not the colors of ordinary things. They are colors at their most essential and most pure. The lapis lazuli blue, ground from stone, imported at great expense from mines in Afghanistan. A blue so deep and so clear that it seems to contain its own light. The gold leaf, beaten thin as a thought, and laid on the page over a base of glare, the white of a beaten egg, with a burnishing tool of polished agate that makes the gold shine like a small sun on the surface of the page. The vermilion red made from ground cinnabar, the green of verdigris, the soft brown of sepia, the yellow of saffron, the white of lead. In the candlelight of the Scriptorium, these colors do not merely sit on the page, but seem to glow from within it, as though the parchment itself is generating light, as though something warm and alive is pressing outward through the surface from some deeper place inside the book. These are the books that held the world's knowledge through the long centuries when the world was dark and fragile and uncertain. Books copied by patient hands in cold scriptoria, carried from one monastery to another in leather satchels slung over mules, preserved in crypts during wars and floods, read aloud to communities of people who had no other access to the words contained within them. Books that survived not by being dramatic or powerful, but by being carefully tended, the way the monastery garden is carefully tended, the way the fire in the scriptorium is carefully tended, by people who understood that the most important things are the ones that require the most patience and the most daily, unglamorous care. The manuscript on the prior's desk tonight is a psalter, a book of psalms being copied for a sister house 2 days' ride to the north, who have asked for this gift, and who will receive it in perhaps 3 months' time when it is complete, wrapped in oiled cloth and carried carefully over the winter roads by a brother who will hold it in his lap rather than put it in the pannier, because it is that kind of thing, the kind of thing you hold rather than pack away. A psalter is one of the most personal of all the books the monastery produces. It is the book a monk lives inside for the whole of his monastic life, the book whose words he will have so deeply learned by heart that in the later years they come unbidden at any moment of the day or night, rising to the surface of the mind without effort, the way music you have loved long enough eventually lives, not only in the memory, but in the body, in the throat, and the chest, and the rhythm of breathing itself. The scribe who is copying this particular psalter has been at work on it for 6 weeks already, and the care with which he approaches each day's portion of it is not diminishing, but deepening, as sometimes happens with long and demanding work, when the person doing it is fully engaged with it. A sharpening of attention as the weeks pass, rather than a dulling, a growing intimacy with the text and the letter forms and the particular quality of the parchment of this particular book, which has a slight warm undertone to it that the scribe has come to appreciate greatly, the way you come to appreciate any characteristic of something you spend long hours in company with. He will not see the finished book again after he delivers it. It will go north to strangers who will use it and love it, and perhaps, in time, annotate it in the margins with their own thoughts and their own prayers. The way books in communities like this accumulate the sediment of the lives that have passed through them, becoming richer and more complex as the years add their layers. A small cross in faded ink here, a word added above the line there, the occasional phrase in a different hand entirely. Somebody's deep agreement with something written centuries before, somebody's question about something that has troubled them in the night. The last words written on the open page tonight are from the 23rd Psalm. Words so old and so familiar and so deeply woven into the fabric of human comfort that they seem less like words composed by a particular person at a particular time, and more like something that was always present in the world, waiting only to be found and written down. Words about still waters and restored souls, and the valley of the shadow, and the table prepared, and the cup running over, and the goodness and mercy that follow all the days of a life, and dwell in the house. Come back now to your cell. Come back to the narrow bed and the wool blanket and the soft sound of rain on the stone roof above you. And let me tell you about the daily prayers that give this place its rhythm, its heartbeat, its particular quality of time. The monastery lives by the divine office. 7 prayers through the hours of daylight, and 1 in the deep of the night, each one a pause in the flow of work, an act of deliberate stopping to attend to something beyond the immediate, a returning to the center before moving outward again. Matins comes first, in the very dark of the night, in the hours before dawn, when the world outside is at its quietest and most closed. The bell rings, soft and persistent, and the monks rise from their cells and make their way in silence down the night stairs to the church, their forms dark in the dark corridor, their sandals on the stone, a soft and rhythmic sound, their breath misting slightly in the cold air of the unheated passage. In the choir stalls, they take their places in the darkness, and the cantor begins the first antiphon, and the voices join one by one, each one finding the note and taking it up, and the Plainsong fills the dark church like something filling a vessel from the inside out. Plainsong is the oldest kind of church music, and in many ways the most beautiful, because it has no harmony and no accompaniment and no performance in it. Only the human voice moving through the ancient melodic lines that were set down and refined over centuries by people who understood that the voice is the most direct path between the interior of a human being and the air that surrounds it. The melody rises and falls in its unhurried way, not following the rhythms of speech or of heartbeat, but something slower and more even. The rhythm of breath itself taken to its logical conclusion, the rhythm of a being that has slowed down enough to attend. And in the darkness of the church, with the single candle on the altar and the dark shapes of the monks in their stalls, and the rain on the roof, and the great vaulted space above, and the feeling of so many hundreds of years of the same prayers in the same space settling around the present moment like a warm and invisible garment. In that darkness, the Plainsong does something to the air and to the mind that is very difficult to describe, but very easy to feel. It slows everything. It takes the busy, restless, grabbing quality of ordinary thought and gentles it, the way a hand placed very quietly on the flank of a nervous animal gentles it without force, simply by being steady and warm and patient. The Psalms are at the heart of the divine office, 150 of them, distributed across the week in a pattern that has been the same since the time of Benedict himself, so that every week, without exception, the brothers pass through the entire Psalter, all the way from the first word of the first psalm to the last word of the 150th, covering the whole range of human feeling in their passage, the joy and the lamentation and the gratitude and the bewilderment and the trust and the doubt and the wonder and the simple, luminous gladness that certain psalms embody as purely as a clear note on a still evening carries across water. There are psalms for the dark hours and psalms for the daylight hours, psalms that the community has been singing for so long that the sound of any one of them conjures all the others, and all the occasions on which it has been sung, and all the voices that have sung it in this place, some of them gone these 50 years, and some of these 30, and some just a few years past. The community of the living and the dead, not entirely separate in this singing, but joined by it. The present voices taking up where the previous ones laid down. The melody continuing unbroken. The chant of lauds, which is sung as the dawn light is beginning to gray the east windows, has a quality entirely its own, a quality of praise that is not triumphant, but simply true, the way the light at dawn is simply true, not performing or announcing itself, but simply arriving and revealing what it reveals. The world reconstituting itself out of the dark, piece by piece, detail by detail. The garden outside the window, and the cloister, and the old yew tree at the corner of the church, emerging from the night into the gray, then silver, then gold of the new day, and the voices singing toward it, toward the light, as though the singing and the rising of the sun are part of the same event, which in some sense they are, which in the understanding of this place they most certainly are. Prime comes at sunrise, lauds before it, terce at mid-morning, sext at noon, none in the middle of the afternoon, vespers in the evening as the light fails, and Compline last of all, the night prayer, the prayer that closes the day and hands it over to God and to darkness and to sleep. Compline is the most beautiful of all the hours, in the understanding of many who have sung it. It is a small, contained office, not long, sung in the dark of the church with only the candles on the altar burning. And it ends with the Salve Regina, the ancient antiphon to the Virgin, whose melody is so old and so worn smooth with repetition that singing it feels less like performing a piece of music and more like finding your way along a familiar path in the dark. Your feet know the way, even when your eyes cannot see it. The path is in the body, in the muscle and the bone, put there by long practice. The words of the Salve Regina are words of gentleness and shelter. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. Words that have been young in places like this every night without exception, for hundreds of years, in the dark before sleep, by people who knew that the day had been imperfect, and the self imperfect, and the world imperfect, and who found in the singing of these particular words at this particular hour a place of rest that was larger and more reliable than any of those imperfections. After Compline, there is the great silence, the silence that lasts from the end of that prayer until after the morning Mass the following day, a silence not of absence or punishment, but of gift, the gift of hours in which the interior life can be heard because the exterior noise has been set aside. And in the great silence, the monks move to their cells and lie down, and the monastery breathes out its last breath of the day and finds its rest. The monastery garden in all its seasons. Let me walk you through it now, as the rain falls on it tonight, and the beds are dark and quiet under the wet sky. In early spring, the garden is still mostly bare, the soil dark and cold and heavy with the last of the winter's moisture. But here and there, the first things are pushing through. The snowdrops that have naturalized themselves along the south wall, their white heads bowing slightly under the weight of the morning frost, impossibly delicate, and yet somehow completely unfrightened by the cold. The first shoots of the lovage, thick and purple red, pushing up through the mulch with a determination that always seems slightly comical, given how tender those first shoots are and how enormous the plant will become by summer. The brother who tends the garden spends the late winter days moving through it slowly, crouching here and there to clear away the dead growth of the previous year, to work compost into the beds with a broad wooden tool, to check on the condition of the perennial herbs that have been sleeping beneath the surface since autumn and are now, he can see by the small signs that only he would notice, beginning to think about waking up. He has tended this garden for 23 years. He knows every inch of it the way he knows his own psalter, which is to say, completely, down to the slight awkwardness in the third line of the 14th Psalm, where a word has always given him trouble, and the place in the southeast corner of the garden where the soil is slightly heavier and slower to warm, and the early sowings need more time than they do anywhere else. The knowledge lives in him bodily, in his hands and his knees and his back, and it will live in him for the rest of his life, and after him in whoever tends this garden next, carrying forward what he carried forward from the brother who tended it before him. By midsummer, the garden is a different kind of place entirely. The herbs are tall and full and buzzing with bees. The lavender rose, a deep silver purple, and loud with the sound of wings. The air above the beds so thick with fragrance on a warm afternoon that to walk through it is like walking through something with physical substance, something that has texture and weight. Roses grow against the south wall. The apothecary's rose, Rosa gallica, whose petals are dried and used in the infirmary, and their scent in the evening, when the heat of the day has been absorbed and is releasing slowly back into the cooler air, is one of the deep pleasures of this life, in a place where pleasures are simple and therefore noticed. The brother works in the garden in the free time between the offices and the work of the house, his habit tucked up into his belt to keep it from the mud, his hands dark with soil up to the wrists, his face brown from the sun, his movements slow and purposeful and unhurried, the way all movements are in a life that has learned the value of not rushing. He talks to the plants softly under his breath, the way you talk to things you are responsible for and have grown fond of over long acquaintance. Not the words of prayer exactly, though those are close to the surface, always in a mind shaped by this life. More the quiet murmur of someone thinking aloud in the company of things that will not judge the thought or demand an explanation of it, noting that the fennel is getting tall and will need supporting before long, wondering whether the rains of the past week have been too much for the time, which likes it dry. Observing that something, a rabbit, almost certainly there are signs, has been at the lettuces again. Autumn brings the harvest of the garden, the gathering in of everything that can be dried and stored and used through the winter months. The herbs are cut in the dry of the morning, after the dew has lifted, but before the heat of the day draws out the oils, and they are carried into the cool stone room off the kitchen, where they are hung in bundles from the beams to dry. Rosemary and thyme and marjoram and sage, lavender for the linen, chamomile for sleep and for the relief of upset stomachs, valerian, whose roots are dried and grated and stirred into warm water for brothers who have difficulty sleeping, elderflower and elderberry harvested from the great tree at the edge of the outer court, rose hips like small red lanterns on the leafless stems. The drying room in autumn is a warm and extraordinary place to stand. The light coming through the small window falls through the hanging bundles of herbs and is colored by them, greenish and golden, and the smell is the concentrated distillation of everything the garden has been doing all summer. Every fragrant plant brought together in one room and slowly, gently surrendering its oils to the dry air. The whole sum of it, something so complex and so beautiful that the brother sometimes stops in the doorway for a moment, just to breathe it in before he does whatever he has come to do. Winter in the garden is bare and brown and quiet. The beds mulched with straw against the frost, the roses cut back and their long bare canes tied against the wall, the perennial herbs reduced to stubble, the whole place looking on a gray January afternoon as though it might never green up again, as though it has reached the end of something. But the brother knows it has not, and he tends the winter garden with the same care as the summer one, because he knows that what is happening here in the cold and the dark is not nothing but everything. The slow, deep work of rest and renewal that will make the spring possible when it comes, as it always comes, as it always will. The seasons come and go and come again in this place, and the monastery receives them all with the same steady equanimity, the same daily round of prayer and work and rest and prayer again that holds its shape regardless of what the sky outside is doing. But each season has its own particular beauty, as seen from the monastery windows, and the monks, for all their commitment to a life turned inward and upward, are not blind to the world outside those windows. Could not be. In a life where the outdoor hours in the garden and the walks between the buildings in all weathers put the body in direct, daily, unmediated contact with the turning of the year. Spring arrives at the monastery as it arrives everywhere, tentatively, and then all at once. There is a morning in late February or early March when you go out to the church for lauds in the dark, and the air smells different. You cannot quite say what the difference is, but it is there, something beneath the cold, some small warmth, or wetness, or living quality that was not there yesterday. And you know, before you can say how you know, that something has turned. And then the days lengthen perceptibly, a few minutes at a time, and the brothers who work outdoors notice it first. The extra light at the end of the afternoon, the way the eastern sky at prime is no longer entirely dark, the way the garden begins to show its first green with a rapidity that always seems surprising, however many times you have seen it. The monastery in spring has an energy to it that the deep winter months do not, a quickening of pace in the practical work, the spring cleaning of the church and the cells and the outbuildings, the preparation of the garden beds, the lambing of the monastery's small flock on the hillside behind the outer wall, the bees growing active in their skeps in the orchard itself becoming a thing of almost painful beauty when the apple and pear and cherry blossoms open all at once in a week of warm sun, the trees white and pink against the pale blue sky, the air above them full of the sound and movement of the bees going about their own ancient and essential work. Summer settles over the monastery like a warm hand placed gently on a shoulder. The days are long and full of work. The garden at its most demanding and most generous. The long, light evenings giving extra time between vespers and compline for reading or quiet walking in the cloisters. The church windows open to let in the evening air that comes up from the meadows below, smelling of new cut hay and the particular sweetness of summer grass warming in the last of the sun. On the longest evenings of June, the light at Compline is still golden in the west windows of the church, and the Plainsong rises through it with a quality that the monks notice privately, each in his own way. Something about the combination of ancient words and ancient melody and golden evening light that makes the whole thing feel less like a formal prayer and more like a conversation, an easy, familiar, well-worn conversation between people who have known each other a very long time and no longer need to say very much to understand each other completely. Autumn is the season of abundance and of letting go, both at once, the two things so closely intertwined as to be almost the same thing. The harvest is hard work, and the mood of it is grateful and slightly urgent. The awareness of the shortening days and the first cold nights giving an edge of purposefulness to everything. A collective understanding that the work being done now is the work that will sustain the community through the months ahead, and it must be done well. But in the evenings of autumn, when the work is done and the brothers walk in the cloisters after vespers in the last of the light, the monastery garden has a quality that makes several of them, independently and privately, think of the word paradise. The soft gold of the light, the warmth still in the stone of the walls, the smell of the ripening and the dying back, the robins singing in the old yew tree at the corner of the church, the sky above the cloister, Garth going from pale gold to amber to rose to the deep, clear, star-sharp blue of an autumn night, while they watch it, unhurried, nobody requiring them to be anywhere else. And winter, which the world outside the walls sometimes sees as a time of hardship, is within the walls a time of drawing in and drawing down into the inner life. The long, dark nights giving space for reading and for thought, and for the deep interior work of prayer. The cold air making the hearth fire in the Scriptorium more intensely welcome. The early closing of the day giving the evening hours a quality of gathered warmth, and candle-lit peace that the bright, long evenings of summer, for all their beauty, cannot quite replicate. Snow comes sometimes, though not every year, and when it does, the monastery is transformed into something even more itself than usual, if that is possible. The rooftops white, the cloister Garth white, the garden simplified to pure shape by its white covering, the whole complex of buildings made clean and quiet and emphatic in a way that makes everything else fall away. Every detail of stone and arch and window and tower standing out against the white sky with a clarity that seems almost too much to hold. The monks come out after chapter on a snowy morning, and their breath makes small clouds in the still air, and their footprints are the first marks on the white ground, and there is something in the expression on every face, even the oldest and most weathered, that has in it a quality of simple, unguarded delight. The inner life of this place, the quality of peace that is not a stillness imposed from outside, but one grown from within, over years and years of the same daily practices, the same returning to the same prayers at the same hours, the same choosing day after day to attend to what is essential and to let what is not essential go. The monks who have been here longest carry that peace in their bodies as well as in their minds. It is in the way they move, which is neither slow nor fast, but measured, as though they have found the speed at which things can be done without being hurried. It is in the way they listen, which is entirely, with a quality of attention that most people in the outside world never quite manage to give, because there is always something else competing for it. It is in their hands, which are still when they are not working, folded in their laps or resting open on their knees, not the tightly held hands of someone braced against what might happen next, but the open, loose, receptive hands of someone who has made a practice of not clenching. This peace did not come easily to any of them. It has been worked for in the way that anything worth having is worked for, not through effort and striving and achievement, but through the patient, daily repetition of small practices, the way a path through the grass is made not by one heroic crossing, but by the accumulation of ordinary footsteps, each one unremarkable in itself, the path emerging gradually from the total of all of them. A new monk coming to the monastery brings with him all the noise of the world he has come from, the anxieties and the ambitions and the habits of mind that the outside world fosters, the tendency to compare and to judge and to want and to worry. And in the first months, and sometimes the first years of the monastic life, that noise is simply transposed into a new setting, because the setting alone cannot change it. But the daily office, sung 7 times a day and once in the night, has a way of wearing something smooth in the mind over time, the way water over long years wears the stone beneath it smooth, not by force, but by persistence, not by removing anything violently, but by the gentlest possible insistence of its own repeated presence. Until one day, the monk who is singing the Vespers antiphon for what might be the 10,000th time in his life notices that something has changed, that the words are no longer passing through a mind that is simultaneously worrying about the chapter report, or the pain in his knee, or the disagreement with his brother in the kitchen. They are simply passing through, and the mind through which they pass is quiet, and the quiet feels not like emptiness, but like clarity, the clarity of a pool when the disturbance has settled and the water is still, and you can see all the way to the bottom. The rule of Benedict, which governs this community, as it has governed communities like it across Europe and across the centuries, is a document of remarkable sanity and gentleness. It was written in the 6th century by a man who had lived both as a hermit and as the head of a community, and had thought very carefully, from the evidence of experience rather than theory, about what conditions allow human beings to grow toward their best selves. It prescribes balance between prayer and work, between solitude and community, between fasting and adequate nourishment, between silence and necessary speech. It assumes that the monks who live under it are not angels, but human beings with human frailties and human needs, and it makes provision for those needs with a matter-of-factness that is itself a form of compassion. The sick shall be given extra care. The young shall not be burdened beyond their strength. The old shall be accorded their wisdom. Those who arrive late to the office shall not be turned away, but shall find their place quietly at the back. It says that every guest who arrives at the monastery gate is to be received as Christ, not as someone who might be Christ, not as someone representing Christ in a symbolic sense, but as Christ, with the full weight of that welcome. And this instruction has the effect of turning the ordinary world of visitors and travelers and pilgrims and the sometimes awkward business of receiving strangers into something sacred, something attentive, something in which the monk doing the receiving is required to look very carefully at the face of the person before him and find there what Benedict is confident is always to be found. This is what the rule is for, not to constrain or to punish, but to support, to provide the structure within which this gradual, ordinary, magnificent transformation can take place. The rule says, pray here and work here and eat here and sleep here and treat your brothers with respect and your guests with welcome and the poor with generosity and the ordinary moments of your days with attention. The rule says, nothing is too small to be done well, and nothing too humble to be a form of prayer. And the sacred is not only in the church, but in the kitchen and the garden and the scriptorium and the cell, and in every small choice made with care and love throughout the hours of every day. It takes a long time to believe this fully enough that it lives in the body rather than only in the intellect. But the monastery provides all the time that is needed, and the patience of the life is also the patience of its teaching, which does not rush anyone toward understanding, but simply offers the same practices again and again, and trusts that in the fullness of time the understanding will come, as spring comes, in its own good season. In the infirmary, On the far side of the cloister from the Scriptorium, an old monk lies in his bed and listens to the rain. He has been here 41 years, this old brother, and he knows the sound of rain on this building the way he knows the sound of his own breathing, as something so continuous and so deeply familiar that it has become part of the texture of himself. He can tell you from the sound alone whether it is a light rain coming from the southwest or a heavier one from the north, whether it is likely to last the night or clear before lauds, whether the garden will be grateful or already saturated. Tonight it is a good rain, he thinks, steady but not heavy, falling straight rather than blown sideways, the kind that soaks in slowly and does more good than the sudden downpours of summer that run off the hard ground before the earth has had time to drink them. The kind that makes the worm come to the surface and the seed in the bed swell very gently, and the dormant roots of things begin, in their slow vegetable way, to take notice. He remembers the first night he spent in this infirmary, many years ago now, when a fever had taken hold of him in the winter of his 7th year in the community, and the brother infirmarian had brought him here and laid him in this same bed, or a bed very like it, in this same room, and he had lain for 3 days in the particular suspended state of a fever, not quite conscious and not quite unconscious, aware of the room around him and the rain outside and the warmth of the brazier in the corner, as though through several layers of something soft, as though the world had wrapped itself in wool for his benefit, while he was unable to manage the full unpadded reality of it. The infirmarian had brought him broth and the herbal preparations of the garden, valerian and elderflower and the comfrey tincture, and had sat with him through the worst nights, not doing anything in particular, simply being present with the patient, and steady presence of someone who knew that sometimes what was needed was not treatment, but company, not medicine, but the simple human warmth of another person in the room. He recovered, as he had known in some part of himself he would, and came back to the community changed in some way he could not easily name, more grateful, perhaps, or more aware of the fragility of the ordinary days that preceded the fever and would follow it, or simply more awake to the goodness of small things, the taste of the bread at breakfast, the sound of the bell, the feel of the pen in his hand when he returned to his desk in the Scriptorium, the particular way the light came through the east window of the chapter house on a clear morning in early February, low and golden and full of the particular promise of a year that has not yet begun its green work, but is gathering itself quietly underground. He prays in the dark now, this old monk, not with words exactly, or not with the formal words of the office, though those too have their place. He prays in the way that a person who has spent 41 years in the practice of prayer eventually learns to pray, which is less like speaking to something and more like resting in something, more like breathing than like talking. The distinction between the one praying and the one prayed to becoming in these quiet hours, a distinction without much practical meaning. There is a warmth in the darkness that has nothing to do with the temperature of the room, a quality of presence that he first noticed perhaps 20 years ago and has been quietly paying attention to ever since, in the way you pay attention to something that you are not entirely sure you are not imagining, but that seems too consistent and too specific to be only imagination. He has never told anyone about this, not because he is ashamed of it, but because it seems like the kind of thing that belongs to the great silence, the kind of thing that words would not improve. His breathing is slow and even. His hands are loose on the blanket. The rain falls on the infirmary roof with its gentle, continuous voice, and in the warmth of his narrow bed in the stone room that has held him for 40 years, the old monk rests in the presence he has spent his whole life learning to find, and finds it, as he always does in the end, exactly where it has always been. Let the monastery close around you now. Let its thick stone walls hold you, and its ancient silence enfold you, and its quiet, continuous prayer that has been rising from this place since before your grandfather's grandfather was born, sustain you, and protect you through the night. The rain on the roof is steady now. That soft, unending, deeply soothing sound that the stone has been receiving without complaint for centuries, and will go on receiving long after tonight, long after every night you can imagine from here. Always the same rain in its essential nature, however different each particular rainfall. Always the same patient stone receiving it. The two of them in a relationship of such long standing that neither one can be quite fully understood without the other. Your body is very heavy now, heavy with the peace of this place, heavy with the accumulated quiet of these thick walls and these ancient prayers, and the deep, dreamless peace of the monks in their cells all around you, each one in his own narrow bed beneath his wool blanket, each one making his small contribution to the great breathing of this place in its rest. The candle on your shelf has burned very low. The flame is smaller now, barely a thread of light, and the shadows in the room are deep and soft and entirely friendly. The kind of darkness that is simply the night being what the night is, the complement of the day, neither less important nor less beautiful. Feel the straw beneath you, warm and yielding, smelling of summer fields. Feel the wool blanket, thick and real across your chest and your shoulders, its weight exactly right. Not too much and not too little, but the weight of something warm and substantial that is choosing to be here, covering you, keeping you. Hear the rain, just the rain, and beneath it, if you listen very carefully, the sound of the monastery breathing in its sleep, the creak of the old oak beam in the dormitory roof as the temperature drops slightly toward midnight, the very faint, very distant sound of the Vespers bell that has not rung for hours, but seems to linger somehow in the stone of the tower itself remembering the sound and giving it back very slowly over the whole course of the night. The Scriptorium fire has burned down to embers now, banked against the morning when a lay brother will come before the monks rise to build it back up, so that the room will be warm when the scribes come to their desks after the first Mass. the embers red and deep and reliable in the hearth, warming the room at its heart without any visible flame, doing their work quietly and without display. The cloister Garth receives the rain without complaint, the grass drinking it in, the rosemary bowing slightly under the drops, and then recovering its upright posture, the well's wooden cover darkening further with the wet, the stone path around it holding small pools in its worn hollows that reflect, if there were any eye down there to see, the dark sky above. The church stands in its great, patient silence, the candles on the altar burning for the night, as they have burned every night for as long as anyone's memory reaches. The colored east window, dark and waiting for the morning to give it back its ruby and its sapphire and its amber. The choir stalls empty of their monks, but still somehow holding the shape of their presence, the way a room always holds, very faintly, the quality of the lives that have filled it. And in the library, chained to their stands, the great books rest in the dark with their sleeping contents, their illuminated pages folded closed, the lapis lazuli and the gold leaf and the vermilion and the green of verdigris all tucked away inside, waiting for the hands that will open them and the eyes that will receive them and the minds that will carry what they hold forward into another day, another year, another century. The long, slow, patient work of keeping the light in the world going on and going on and going on. Let your thoughts go now. Let them be like the monks at Compline, singing the last antiphon of the day, and then, when it is done, letting the silence take its place without resistance, without needing to fill it or explain it or hold it at arm's length. Let the silence be what it is. Let the darkness be what it is. Let the rain be what it is. And let yourself be what you are, which tonight is simply this: a being at rest, a body warm beneath its blanket, a breath going in and coming out, a mind releasing its grip on the day, one small thought at a time, growing lighter and lighter and more still with each one that goes. The old monk in the infirmary is sleeping now, his face peaceful as a child's, his hands open on the blanket. The rain has softened and will soften further before the night is done, until it is barely more than a mist in the air, a breath of water suspended over the dark garden, settling on the leaves of the rosemary and the sage so gently that nothing bends or moves, only grows slowly, softly wet, the way the night itself grows slowly, softly darker toward its deepest hour. And in every cell along the stone corridor, the monks are sleeping, their small candles long since burned out, each one in his narrow bed, in his small warm room, at the end of his day that has been, as every day here is, both very ordinary and very sacred, both entirely unremarkable and entirely sufficient. Breathe in now, slowly, and out. Feel the weight of the blanket. Hear the rain. The monastery holds you. The stone holds you. The night holds you. And the prayers that have been rising from this place every day for 200 years rise again tonight, somewhere just at the edge of what can be heard, somewhere just past the edge of waking. That ancient melody carrying itself upward through the dark air above the monastery, above the rain, above the clouds, into whatever silence waits above all silences. And you are held in that. You are safe in that. You are resting in that. Just the rain, just the stone, just the warmth of the blanket, and the slow, deep, beautiful dark. Just sleep. Just rest. Let the rain carry you now, and the fire in the Scriptorium breathing its last warm breath into the cold air, and the wind through the cloisters, barely more than a sigh, the lightest movement of air through the stone columns, carrying with it the smell of wet grass and night and old stone and the faintest ghost of lavender from the garden. Let it all carry you now. Let it all carry you down.